Oh, I'm little. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Hello. I felt weird being on this early. I don't think I've ever been on this early on the YouTubes. At least, yeah, no, I don't think so. I think this is a first for me. Hello, welcome back. We are covering, well, I'm on the West Coast too, so that's probably you guys are probably like, dude, it's not that early. But it's 5:56 a.m. here for me, so it is actually pretty early. Hello, and I'm excited. We're covering the Brian Walsh trial, which is my first trial on my channel that I've covered. And then tonight I'm gonna work on launching the second channel. I also just figured out too, right before I hopped on here, I want to like redo the calls we did last night because I know the audio wasn't the best. And I just figured it out. I am ridiculous. It was like one thing I was doing wrong. And it was an easy fix. I think if I just wasn't on the spot and I would have thought of it, like, but I mean, it is what it is. I might just post a video of just the calls, but I don't want people to take them without giving credit. I don't know. Is that weird? I just feel like it's a respect thing between creators. And I know some creators that will clip audio and cut the video and use calls. So I don't like that. It's not cool. I always give credit when I use mainly for Kenzie calls. I only have used phone calls from prison and I mod for them. And um they've never had a problem with it because I think a lot of creators stream. Anyways, the trial hasn't started yet, so I'm just here yapping with you guys. Um, but nonetheless, tea time, I guess. Well, it's coffee time actually. I'm about to be on my second one. Um, but I don't know, I'm in the mood for like a buzz ball or something tonight. So maybe we'll have to figure it, maybe get in like a hangout live. Or maybe we can do the first hangout live on the second channel tonight. So, yeah, lots of things coming. Anyways, back to the Kenzie call situation. Like, I don't like that. And I don't mind if people want to use, you know what? I email creators all the time too. And I'm not going to drop any names because I'm not here to throw shade on anyone, but I could if I really freaking wanted to. Same as others. Like, I'm sure they could have things to say about me as well too. But you know, there's oh, I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Oh, like I've emailed creators before, like if they want to share files, and I'm always like, we can share, like we can do a swap. Like and Pete, sometimes they don't even respond to you, and I'm just like, that's weird because we're all kind of in the same thing, and like they're really all accessible if you know how to do it and whatnot. And so I don't know. I'm just not like that. I guess if someone emailed me, or even if I just asked someone last night, I'm like, do you want to trade some stuff? Like I act like it's Pokemon cards. I'm like, you want to give me those docs and I'll give you like the Kenzie files, like the Kenzie calls. And you can do of them as you will. You don't have to give me credit. But so I don't know. It's just like a weird thing on YouTube. But nonetheless, I had not heard those calls that I had last night. I went through I searched Kenzie phone calls. I hadn't heard those. But I also didn't look on some particular channels that I'm not a big fan of. So there's that as well. Anyways, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but um we're waiting for the trial to start, but let me pull it up. We're gonna watch it with Court TV. Um I know there's another channel that's playing it as well. So if Court TV's like audio or something is not good. Did it start? Let me go check on the comments with you guys real quick. The mother. Let me know. Do you guys want the chat on the screen or not? And then thank you, Cuff You, and thank you, Black Rose. He says I look like a hag right now. I'm dying. Oh, I'm so glad you're gonna do that. I was not able to watch them. Yeah, I feel like I should just post them. The calls, but we'll see. The live was fun last night though, but I figured it out. I don't know if Jakey and Patty were here. We're early. I know it's the first trial I stream, and I saw everyone and their mom was streaming it. So I was like, oh, like I'm kind of newer into the trial world. So I'm like, ooh, are people even gonna show up? Because I know like Court TV's streaming it. I know a couple of other Can Read channels are streaming it. Let me become a circle. And so I was like, there's a lot going on with this trial. Let me update. Yeah, I think I like this circle better. This is crazy. If you start like an hour later than the court. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Skip the breaks. Dang it. I always forget that about real trials. That's kind of one thing that bugs me. Okay, well now we know, I guess, for tomorrow. Wait, so I would start an hour later? Okay, that would avoid me having to get up so early because I'm on the West Coast. Gives you extra sleep too. I don't even sleep though, Patty. I mean, you know this. But nonetheless, yeah, thank you for that. I might actually do that. I don't know. Yeah, I might actually do that. I wouldn't mind skipping there. My kids are at school and I am ready for Melly. Yes, I was just telling them like about Kenzie calls and I wanted to do a Kenzie live tonight. So I was thinking we might get in. I was thinking we could start the social media stuff. I want to go through. Remember, I told you guys I found the report. I didn't even know I had it. It was like with the text messages too, but I was reviewing what we were going to go through next. And I'm still trying to get more stuff too on Kenzie. I really want her disciplinary reports, but I don't know what channel has them, so I'm just gonna try to get it myself. I know, Jakey, that's what Patty just said. Patty was like, you can skip the breaks, and I was like, oh, I forgot. So I guess today it is what it is, but tomorrow now I know like um I'll start like an hour later. So rather than I started at 5:55 today, but so yeah, we'll start later. I'll schedule it. Hey Tasha, I'm here. Good morning, babelets. I'm getting ready for work, but wanted to say hi. Yeah, I know. It's early. I hope you have a good day at work. Thanks for popping in. This trial is going to be nuts. I have been waiting for it. I'm also, you guys, I am dying to freaking do 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐥𝐥𝐲 trial. I think we need to do a redo of the case. I have a whole playlist already. Um, of 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐥𝐲 stuff, but that case just blows my mind. Like, that's really one of the crazy ones, at least as for the body cam and stuff. So I kinda wanna get into that again, and I want she her trial got moved, though, to next year, like, mid next year from what I'm hearing. They haven't given official date, but one of my sources I'm like, "Oh, one of my sources." No, I one of this one page that I follow is, like, really on top of it, so yes, redo, please. Wait, redo of what? Oh, of the 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐥𝐲. Yeah. Short-term memory. Yes, I will do a redo of the 𝐼𝐸𝐞𝐥𝐲. Also, I don't know if you guys remember the case that I covered. Um, this guy's a total wacko, dude. These are like the really type of scary people, because they fit in, they blend in. Kind of like what's oh my gosh. The the Oh my gosh, that killer that killed, like, all the women, the ex-workers. What's his name? Not Richard Allen, I can't think of him. Anyways, he fit into society, so did this guy, and so did Barry Morphew. I feel like Barry Morphew and, oh, it's gonna bug me now. They call him the something killer. Um, but nonetheless, Barry Morphew and Brian Walsh kinda remind me of each other. There's similarities. And both of them made their wife disappear, which is insane. Um, there's the mom. Let me make sure what's going on there.
with it.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna make sure I didn't start somewhere else. He was on monitor too for the painting thing. I know. Oh, Hearman. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Rex. Why couldn't I think of that? Oh, it's like a huge case. I never got into it though here on my channel. And Patty, we are still getting into Delphi. I need to make a thumbnail. I'm starting from the beginning of Delphi. So for those of you who are Delphi connoisseurs, I definitely want you guys to be here in chat so you can lead me into the right direction, because I have only covered it. I think I did the phone calls, some of the phone calls, but I've never actually read the documents, and there's a lot. So I love reading the documents. I don't know, but it's going to be a series on that one, Patty. It's going to be like part 1, part 2, because there's no way in hell I can cover everything. That's going to be like 20. That's going to be like 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲. 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐿 was like 50 parts. No, I'm just kidding. How many parts was actually? I don't remember how many parts the calls were. We went by the house after it hit the news. I think they were going to lose that house. Who? The Hearmans? Or the Walshes? That mother of his, man. Let me make the screen bigger for the. Okay. Do I have the sound? Should we do closed captions as well? I don't hear any sound. Walshe. Oh, okay. I don't think they have any sound yet. Ugh. He's yucky. Should we just
Let's now session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, 𝐼𝐨, and Tracy 𝐞𝐥𝐥𝐲. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. 𝐼𝐨 for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy 𝐞𝐥𝐥𝐲 for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated.
This is crazy.
We start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanelment, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanelment, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of Defendant's Motion in Limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walshe residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the sealing, I rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough, and its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fastow in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walsh and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fastow that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
That judge.
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200. It's the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not the one.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper one, number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fasto. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
That
all
my own.
right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say, I lied to the police.
I love this judge. I don't know why. I like her.
All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come up.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and then I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Oh,
Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, and you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID, concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question,
Yes,
but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other 2 charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
The judge is really pretty as well. I don't know what Anna saw in Brian. I've been up for a while too. You mean like your chores? This one says I did everything.
Indictment. Singular.
Melly never sleeps. I don't. I'm a vampire. I don't need any sleep. Ew, Brian Walsh is yucky. Sentencing for witness tampering in illegal convenience body E. Yeah. Ugh. He knows he's being recorded. I mean, either way, well, he's still doing time for the scam, right? So it's like they're just going to basically add time on for Anna's if they find him guilty for the Anna's murder. Because didn't he get like 37 years for the scam? If you might know. Mm.
Hear ye. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Those at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Oh, this reminds me of
Morning,
Karen.
jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. Jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were in panel. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order?
Okay.
And do not speak to anyone about this case.
Look me in the eyes until we connect.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news?
You looked away. Dude, this is like too much for the morning time. Like, I don't want to look in your
And
eyes.
do you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by a Norfolk County grand jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk criminal indictment number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walsh, a Cohasset in the county of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the county of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh, in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. We will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, That means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence in the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of two of you may asked about these actually when we were being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. we'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note. It's the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't
Not
do
even
any research
possible.
about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case.
Don't
Continue to have
breathe.
open minds
Just
as you
kidding.
listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right?
Oh. Okay.
See the lawyers at the side of the bench.
Oh. Already a sidebar. Only Mally's channel for 2 weeks. You mean, is that how long it's supposed to take, this trial? I have been on a child murder case before, and man, it was hard. Really? I've never been. I want to. So do you think they really just destroy the notes? I mean, I would read them first, just saying. I don't think that they probably read them. Yep. Oh, dang, really? It's expected to last that long? I guess it's a murder case, so hey, Irony, you could be a judge, I think. Yep. Yep. I think trial for, are you guys familiar with early live today? Yes, early live today. Very early, because it's 6:53 here. Yeah, right, Asim. They probably read them. Yeah. The case of Desmond Brooks, who killed the doctor, I covered it. Oh my god, I'm not able to remember things this early. His trial's coming up. Let me look it up.
Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly, without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive
I didn't
at a
see that.
just and fair verdict. It's now
What?
time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walsh, and her husband is Brian Walsh. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walsh because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walsh commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Ryan, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walsh lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walsh had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Shaw. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now, the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walsh repeats, Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walsh has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲, Ms. 𝐤𝐬𝐧, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in 2 different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. you'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲-𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Kitchen Spire, and she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse, but he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C., and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a person, by a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲-𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞. Mr. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲 will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walsh at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walsh, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate it. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walsh interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walsh home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walsh family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walsh. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the house. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter, that this case was causing stress on his marriage, that he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walshe, and that
Oh,
Brian Walshe was the
shit.
beneficiary of those policies.
He wanted the.
And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Marino and Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walshe house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walshe managed for Tishman Speyer and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit, how long missing to be dead, can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage?
Wow.
saw a body.
I didn't know that
Smelled a
part.
body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The math book also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walsh told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walsh residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walsh residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You'll see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotica. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies, 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone go into the dumpster and then leave. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Air Mary's watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw.
A hammer?
The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Ryan. Scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe on the 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲 suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐧 said goodbye to Anna Walshe about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor.
I wasn't
Why don't
very
you take a break and
impressed.
stand up, shake a leg.
Shake a leg. I wasn't very impressed with that opening statement.
And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you
I
may.
needed a little more tone, a little more drama in the voice, you know?
Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think there is a time limit.
Brian Walshe.
Jeez, here we go.
Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you will hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose of body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, 𝐤𝐤𝐬𝐧 left the family home of Brian and Anna Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning.
He's yelling
Anna
at us.
and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back down the stairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children while Anna worked in D.C.? Brian. Mm-hmm. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him they talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walsh and anyone,
Wow.
but between Anna Walsh and William Fastow.
Oh, okay. Wow.
The other thing will be that Anna Walsh did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Fastow will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Fastow will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C.
He's gonna testify?
William Fastow will testify that Anna Walsh told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walsh didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walsh had a crush on William Fastow because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love. And all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walsh. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Alyssa Kirby that Anna Walsh told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walsh had just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They owned that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walsh's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walsh loved Anna Walsh. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fastow. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walsh was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these two individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. 12:25, Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area, Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walsh wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his medical that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walsh back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off on that? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Anna Walsh says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walsh ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walsh told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. That Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walsh talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to DC because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walsh will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walsh was never going to leave Brian.
Wow. What?
Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walsh. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walsh was alive 1 minute and dead the next. All he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walsh never killed him. Brian Walsh never thought about killing him. Never. Brian Walsh is not guilty.
So why the hatchet and hammer?
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg?
Oh my God, this judge.
15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just a show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or can hold on for 15? All right, we're going to take your break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Front row.
Okay, so what do we have time to do for 20 minutes? We can replay the Kenzie calls. I don't know. Do you guys want to do that? Do you want to go take a break? I'm just going to keep the stream on because it's only 20 minutes. We'll see. I don't know how long these breaks are generally, but those were short opening statements. No, yeah, I feel like I wasn't very impressed. I mean, I thought the defense was okay, but I still wasn't super impressed. I don't know. I feel like Brian is guilty, so maybe I'm being biased. Talk. Okay, we can talk. Those were short opening statements. Certainly more reflection in the defense's opening statement. Yeah. Wait, I had no idea that the lover was going to testify. Had you guys heard that before? Did they say that in the hearing? I must have missed that. We can try to find a video that's recapping it as well. Also, longer openings may lose the jury. You know what? That's actually really true because I don't want to be just given too much information, but I don't know. Those weren't very long at all. I mean, court only started we've been live for almost 2 hours. It's probably like an hour and a half. I have tons of info on this case. I don't know much about this case, but it totally makes sense. Honestly, I don't know a lot about it, but I think I know most of the stuff. If anything, probably don't feel comfortable with who some of the people may be. But as far as Brian being a POS, I mean, that has already been established. Did he love her? I mean, I'm sure at some point, yeah, I don't doubt that, but I'm sorry. The evidence is it's too much. The hatchet, the blood, the DNA, the setting up your kid, saying it was your kid on his iPad, it's too much for me to be. Melly, you should cover the mass shooting in Stockton. I actually have been looking into it. We're gonna start covering, more of those kinds of things as well. And I'm getting really excited for the second channel. I might drop it tonight, and everybody must subscribe, but nobody get your panties in a bunch because over there we're gonna be doing fun stuff, and so it's gonna be a little bit of different over there. So it might not be for everybody that's here that does the true crime stuff. So I definitely need everybody to subscribe. And then what else? I have Patreon's getting ready to drop as well. And I'm going to do more TikTok. So if you guys are on the TikTok, definitely follow me over there. And then what else? Not the effing fan. Dude, I knew they were gonna bring the fan back. Irony, yes. Dang, do they have him cuffed? I thought no. I thought they removed him at the beginning. Yeah, I have your email, cuff you. Oh, great. Glad you have lots of info on breaks. If you could fill us in instead of talk. To fill you in on this one. I mean, I think we know everything we need to know, right? Like pretty much they were having an affair. Well, Anna was having an affair. I think Brian got jelly. And I think he was in it for the money. He had stole from his dad before. Oh, you know what? I did want to read this article that is actually talks about what he did. The Secret Life of Brian Walshe. This article actually came up as like it was like one of the top articles that this person wrote. Let's read it. The Secret Life of a Cohasset Con Man. While we wait. Why is it lagging too? Oh, it might be the internet. This article. Ooh, I don't want to miss when it comes back on though. So I'm gonna turn on. Was there noise? Okay, I'm gonna turn on the noise for the courtroom so we can hear when it comes back. But I want to read this article while we wait. I've actually wanted to read it on the freaking live that I did. Because I read really good reviews about this. So let's see. It's written by Wyndham Lewis. Friends and neighbors from the Back Bay to the South Shore thought Brian Walshe was a decent husband and a fun-loving guy. Then his wife Anna disappeared and police discovered his search history. On January 4th, Cohasset police officers drove down a long, rocky driveway to check on a woman named Anna Walshe. The gray colonial with a large red brick chimney and a pool in the backyard was quiet. From the outside, they saw no signs of life. None of Anna's colleagues at Tishman Speyer in Washington, D.C., where she commuted each week for her job at the real estate firm had seen Anna since before the holidays. She hadn't shown up at her desk on January 3rd and wasn't answering her phone. Her frequently updated Instagram account filled with inspirational quotes and glamour shots of the petite brunette in designer clothes had also gone silent. Concerned when Anna didn't come in the next day, the company called her husband, Brian, who said he hadn't seen her either. Concerned, Tishman Speyer's head of security dialed the cops. The Walshes' home sits snugly in the suburbs, less than 2 miles from Cohasset's charming downtown, and is set back in the woods behind Chief Justice Cushing Highway. A small used car dealership is around the corner with a stop and shop just 2 minutes drive away. Oh, I have to sneeze. Hold. Oh, I just sneezed like 4 times. Okay. Sorry. When police arrived, Brian answered the door. With his long dark hair swept back, he said he hadn't seen his wife since the pre-dawn hours of the New Year's Day, when she rose from their bed and left the house in an Uber or Lyft, heading for Logan to catch a flight to DC for work. Police tried to piece together what they could. On New Year's Day, Brian told them he made breakfast for the couple's 3 boys, all between the ages of 2 and 6, before heading to Swampscott to run errands for the mother at CVS and Whole Foods. The next day, he said he left the house just once to take his son for ice cream. By the time officers drove away, Anna was considered missing. 2 days later, investigators were still seeking answers. At a press conference, Cohasset Police Chief 𝐼𝐸 announced that there was no evidence Anna had ever gotten into a rideshare on New Year's morning, much less on a flight. Perhaps, Quigley told the public, the busy working mom just needed a break. We just need a call from her or someone who has talked to her. Waiting anxiously for news, the couple's friends, many of whom were regular members of Boston's high-end restaurant scene, where Brian was known as a lavish spender, buzzed with speculation. One theory was that Anna had jetted off to a fabulous island and was somewhere waiting for her husband, who landed in some legal trouble related to his business dealings, and boys to join her. No one suspected foul play. God bless you. Thank you. Wow, Melly, never seen you around daytime. Yeah, I've been around. But this is early for me too. In no time, search and rescue efforts launched into action. Cohasset police converted the stop and shop parking into a mobile command center, while canine officers with dogs trampled through the trees and dry bushes near the Walsh's house, searching for Anna. Divers submerged themselves in a nearby frigid stream and helicopters buzzed overhead. Meanwhile, television trucks lined the street near the Walsh home as reporters fanned out across the neighborhood knocking on doors. Media coverage spread like wildfire, even reaching Anna's native country of Serbia. As police continued to investigate, a picture of Brian began to as police continued to investigate, a picture of Brian began to emerge. Detectives pored over hours of grainy security footage from the CVS and Whole Foods in Swampscott, where Anna's husband said he'd been on January 1st. They didn't spot Brian. They did find evidence that he'd bought ice cream for his son on January 2nd, but it wasn't the only time he left the house. Police also found surveillance footage of Brian, clad in a mask and gloves, at Home Depot that day, buying mops, brushes, tape, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, goggles, buckets, baking soda, and a hatchet, all in cash. When officers searched Brian's basement, suspicions grew with the discovery of drops of blood and a bloody knife. On January 9th, just 5 days after Anna was reported missing, police charged her husband with obstructing their investigation by lying about his whereabouts after she vanished. When authorities led Brian in handcuffs out of the courthouse in Quincy, he smiled broadly for the TV news camera. It's funny that they wanted to point that out. Ew, look at that picture of him cheesing for the camera. Oh yeah. And then let's continue. Soon, more clues surfaced. Anna's body was still nowhere to be found, but surveillance cameras had caught Brian straining under the weight of heavy garbage bags that he disposed of in dumpsters at apartment complexes in Abington and Dover the day before his wife was reported missing. Authorities were unable to recover the trash bags from either facility. Brian, according to prosecutors, also drove to his mother's complex where he unloaded more bags in another dumpster. Do we think the mother knew? I don't know. Some might say she was even the one to do it. Allegedly, it could be just opinions. These bags were later recovered by investigators, searched and found to contain items including a Prada purse, a portion of a necklace seen worn by Anna in previous photos, and hunter rain boots she was last seen wearing. Both Anna and Brian's DNA were detected on the objects. Brian's Google search history didn't do him any favors either. From his son's iPad, he queried, "How long before a body starts to smell? Hacksaw best tool to dismember." What the? Dude. Good morning, Nama. Oh, jeez. Dismemberment and best ways to dispose of a body and how long for someone to be missing to inherit. I know we just heard that, but like, what a creep. 3 days after Brian's initial arraignment, Cohasset residents, bundled up in scarves and cupping candles in their hands, gathered on the town common to pray for Anna's safe return, struggling to comprehend what might have happened. "Murder is so far out of the character," said Brian's former friend. who asked not to be named for privacy. At worst, he could throw a tantrum, but he wasn't violent. In fact, friends say they hadn't seen any signs of marital strife between the Walshes, even on the night before Anna disappeared. Could he really have fooled them all? The last town prayers the town's prayers for Anna's safety went unanswered. Less than a week later, the police charged Brian with murdering his wife. This is crazy. Did cops find blood on the hammer? I believe yes. On the hammer and on the handle of the shovel. If I'm remembering correctly, don't come for me. I'm sure we're going to hear all of that right now, too. In early 2010, okay, now we're getting a little history. Brian glided from table to table as though he were the father of a bride at a wedding inside a sumptuous Art Deco dining room of St. Sandrine's French Bistro in Harvard Square. Over the din of conversation and the gentle clicking of silverware, he checked in with his guests who were savoring the tasting menu and wine pairings that he and renewed chef Raymond Ost had spent days fussing over together. The guest list that night had been carefully curated, as it had been time and time again over the years whenever Brian threw dinner parties at Boston hotspots such as Select Oyster Bar, Puritan and Company, 𝐤𝐤𝐲-𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞. I don't know what that restaurant is. And Boston Chops, as well as Suburban Bistro's Favorites Bistros 5 and a Tavola. Toward the end of the meal, a hush settled over the room before Brian, the master of ceremonies, introduced Ost and his kitchen crew to one ovation after another. Oh, so he's one of those guys. Brian had long sought to make a name for himself among the city's top restaurateurs, I'm assuming those are people like restaurant connoisseurs, wanting to be known as a whale or a big ticket patron, and he often succeeded. One former friend in the restaurant industry recalls meeting Brian the same night Brian read up a $6,000 tab at a restaurant where he worked. When it came time to settle the bill, the friend says Brian had credit card trouble and was unable to pay. He left his Breguet watch as collateral and returned the next day and paid his tab in cash, adding an extra $2,000 to smooth things over. Another time, the friend says Brian took them to dinner at Charlie Trotter's in Chicago and bought a $25,000 bottle of wine. He insisted on having chefs tasting menus everywhere he went, regardless of whether it was even offered, says the friend. Then there was the time, the friend recalls, when Brian ordered some places entire inventory of truffles in a feat so outrageously decadent it was memorialized by local food writers. That's wild. Let me make sure this hasn't started now. Hey, little Smoking. Good morning. Let's continue. Brian didn't stand out only for his spending, but also for his worldly air and sophistication. He knew a lot about wine and art, and no one in his social circle could mention the name of their next vacation destination, no matter how far-flung or obscure, without Brian offering travel advice, hotel recommendations, and of course, restaurant suggestions. He also seemed able to secure near impossible reservations, jetting off to dine at Copenhagen's Noma, widely considered the world's best restaurant, and a Noma pop-up in Tulum, Mexico. Dude, he was basically ripping off his parents and stealing from his wife and ripping off his wife so he could do all this shit. But his parents were wealthy too, right? He grew up very affluent. His father, Laura's saying his father was a chief at neurosurgery. Okay. Top-notch hospital. I need to make my way around Boston and stuff. I've never been. Even as Brian wanted to be known, he didn't let many people know much about him. He often told people that he was wealthy and Persian. He also let on that he owned a home at 225 Beacon Street, a 5-story, 6,000 square foot brownstone. He'd often meet friends outside ahead ahead of an evening on the town and later see them off from his stoop before entering his home's glass vestibule. He never entertained in any of his residents' multiple ballrooms, nor did he ever throw a dinner party there. In fact, with one or two rare exceptions, the close friend from the restaurant says Brian never let anyone inside. That's interesting. We're back on. Oh, to Boston. Oh, I thought you said we're going. He was wearing Armani suits when he was a teenager. Okay, well, why did he end up stealing from his dad? The source of Brian's wealth was also a mystery. When asked, his explanations were often varied and vague. According to former friends, Brian said he dealt in art. He also claimed that he and a college roommate had sold an airline ticketing service to Expedia for close to $200 million when he was in his 20s. At other times, he said he made his money off of the oil fields of New Guinea and the Yucatan Peninsula. His moniker among acquaintances, according to the restaurant friend, was aptly International Man of Mystery. And he's a habitual liar. Behind the enigma, though, was less than meets the eye. Brian didn't own the fabulous brownstone at 225 Beacon, despite what he told his friends. His mother, Diana, held the deed to the home, and she allowed him to live there with her. And as much money as he spent around town, his former friends said Brian was seen bouncing checks and having trouble with his credit cards. He borrowed money from a lot of people, Brian's former best friend says, adding that Brian often blamed his accountants and money managers for his financial woes. "Quote unquote, he was always buying time." Still, not everyone in Brian's orbit bought whole cloth. "I sensed an emotional neediness behind the extravagance and expense," says Amy, the senior food editor of Yankee magazine, who was among those invited to Sandrine's in 2010. The evening was a production, and Brian very much needed to be the center of attention and the person everyone had to thank. That need for attention may have been rooted in a troubled childhood, people close to Brian say. He told friends that his mother and father, Thomas, a neurosurgeon at Brigham and Women's Hospital, were physically and emotionally abusive to him while growing up. Ooh, is that true? Cuff, had you heard that? Oh, his dad did not leave a dime in his will. He just said, "As for Brian, I wish the best in life." That's crazy. Um, According to Brian, says his restaurant friend, Brian's father was particularly abusive, beating the shit out of him and telling him he was a loser. Anna echoed this in a letter of support she filed on her husband's behalf in a court case involving Brian's business dealing. "Quote unquote, a deep feeling of shame governed by his life," she wrote. "He was taught to lie and hide. He was told that he was a loser, that his parents should not have had him, and that he had no chances of making anything of himself in life, and that he was a lost cause." According to a sworn affidavit by his father's close friend, Brian even spent time in the Berkshires at a psychiatric hospital where he was diagnosed a sociopath. Wait, what? I'm screaming. Oh. Oh yeah, Laura was just said that he was also in a mental institution. Wait, is the defense bringing that up? Because like that matters. I mean, maybe not to them legally because it's like a character, whatever, but like it proves that he's a sociopath and psychopath and did kill and chop up his wife, because where the hell is she? He conceals the body, but he didn't do anything to her. Okay. And now we know you have issues. Sociopath is not an official psychiatric diagnosis, but it is often used colloquially to refer someone who has an antisocial personality disorder, which is characterized by a disregard for others, a lack of empathy, and dishonest behavior. At the same time, being accepted by others was survival for Brian. His former best friend said, adding that money wasn't Brian's endgame, but rather something he used in order to build relationships and buy acceptance. It was all pay to play for him. There was one thing Brian told people about himself that was true, at least almost. He claimed that he often dealt in art. He just didn't mention it was art forgeries. This article is really good. And what the hell? Can't it be a defense, though? I knew he was mental. Walshe was diagnosed. Yeah. That's crazy. I don't know if they can or not. The DA may bring it up. My guess, they will both have experts. Oh, it's starting again. We'll come back to this article, maybe on the next break. Because that was really good. Oh, sorry. Let me share. Looks like we're coming back. I left off on a sunny November. I'm gonna close out of this article because I feel like it's causing my computer to lag. Yeah, that's a really good article, but I want to get back into that mental health stuff about him. I'm curious. This is good because we get an inside look on him. Yes, yes, we'll finish it when we go back on a break. Oh, what's going on with the screen? I don't like it like that. How come I can't go back to the other one? Sorry, guys. Like, StreamYard is so fucking annoying sometimes. Okay, I think I give up. I'm so annoying. I'm trying to go back to the one that we had before. I don't think they've still come on, but still. Oh, I see liberties. I have to go back and read what you guys are saying. I'm so annoying. Sorry, guys. I have to go back and look at what you guys are saying. Okay, whatever. Okay. Make sure I turn on the volume. Yeah, no, they just haven't turned it on for the court feed. Okay, what are you guys saying? He did have a hearing prior to. Yeah, he was found competent. Mental health defense only works if it's a significant. Oh, okay.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes?
Sidebar already. Brian, sit your ass down. Just kidding. Sit your ass down. No. Kriya, I heard he's really good on what? About what? Dealing fake art? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he tried to say when he got stabbed in the head with the shank, it could have affected him and he wasn't injured at all. Oh, geez. Another Wade Wilson and whoever, Brian Cooper. He admitted to hiding it. So mom did the deed. You know what? I don't know, you guys. I have a feeling like the mother could have been involved more than she acts. You know, those old time mothers like that are evil sometimes. Tell that Nate knows to take 2 seats, please. Stop. You're killing me. Is Brian blaming her mom? Dude, no, I just think that lady was jealous. I think that Brian and her are mental from the abuse they have endured, and who knows what else went on in their lives. And I think that that mother has a weird relationship with Brian, a lot of like Stephen Stern's disgusting rapist, scum of the earth, pig vomit, dirty, rotten potato Stearns. The relationship with him and his mother is like concerning. But yeah, you can tell I don't like Stephen Stearns. I think he's disgusting. You're like, wow, Melly, please don't unsubscribe. I only feel that way about Stephen Stearns. Anyways, there's an odd dynamic, I feel. Laura says, my son would have told me it depends how close they were. If he schmurdered someone? Chris says, I can't believe he said he hid the body. How can he not be convicted? Dude, I hid the body, but I don't know what happened to it. Yep, you used all the adjectives, Melly. Tasha says, like all the other sickos, Stearns, Watts, BK, it goes on and on. Yeah. Ugh, I just can't with that one in specific. They're all brutal, but you are entitled to your opinion. Thank you, Black Rose. Concealing the body is separate from causing it. However, the state will use it.
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine. But I'm going to ask all 3 people in the front row to move it back. And we'll see how it sounds in this next time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
Yeah, this judge runs a tight ship.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
I need to do that.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
I like her too.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Just step right in there. Slide this in. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which ones, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
What are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objection to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 through 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now in evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table. in
And
the
then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is Exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No,
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
in that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this as an exhibit yet, but I have it on the individual drive.
All right, subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, you're.
All right, so this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
then
right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, they're gonna play.
Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
I haven't heard this.
Okay, the reporter is on. It is
I don't know if it's even out.
39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Could you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Wall,
Brian Walsh. Okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay. And we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you whatever you need, please? Yes. Okay,
1 second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Thomas, you guys behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is,
That's,
word text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was
Okay.
coming in. I asked.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on, so you can look, you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m., there's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's gonna help you, please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting them. And if you wanna look, there's probably a year's worth of text there, if any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry, I'm just really.
I'm open, trust me, that's,
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m. Photos of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo most likely.
You took these and sent them to Hannah?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She'd take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay,
The ones that she had.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, bring a text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she's back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or anything.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
And it's on Verizon, if you know.
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system.
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay. So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work and then work to start paying for it.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here.
she always Uber or Lyft. That's
Uber, Lyft,
Yeah,
okay,
and Uber was one of the two.
okay. And then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place. So,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact when she's arriving. There's more contact than when she's going to DC. Normally, like off pretty quick. So, yeah,
work,
right. So
right.
so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. But I heard from her what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
Sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What,
Yeah, so
run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
yeah, with pleasure. I had some when she was running late, so I took William and Brian to 𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲-𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞, with daycare, so I just picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I was going to go, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out.
Okay.
And then, she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay, and so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning and,
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just Hingham House? Or did
Yes,
you,
that's it,
you
yeah.
didn't go,
No, we didn't go
for lunch?
No, we were just taking the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah,
and then you just hung out at
yeah, then with the kids, doing that.
All right. So then she hits Bar Meth in Hingham for the gym in the morning
Yes.
Saturday,
Yes,
and then Glossy Nails.
yes, and that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. And then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm gonna take the kids, I'll give you a break. I'm gonna take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland building. It's an indoor place. Okay. So this one. And then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
I got it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for your brothers? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, oh, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner and get everything together. And she took the Jim. Yeah, GM. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah. We had dinner here. We celebrated the new year. And then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever. And then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah, so William, the excited one, took it up to the room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. And he had thrown out my wife's family a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she's been on the phone a lot. Or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning, and I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC. Okay. So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, when we make this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of.
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building, the FBI raided at one point. Another building, there was a disgruntled tenant. And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want. I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4 maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag, okay. And she didn't bring. She just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place, or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left, he got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. But if you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi. And I was like, he was driving the car. He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi.
maybe she's my driver, like, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, I've been doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah. That's a focus.
Yeah,
On that,
gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston. So that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, it was my
I'm sorry,
6-year-old, yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah. So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early,
Okay.
and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake," so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy, I had to leave early."
Yep.
And he's like, "I already know that, Daddy." I said, "Bye to her."
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he did a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys were we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
They're all in bed.
Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came and hung out, and we heard it was going, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so, like after midnight at our age with kids. We're like, okay, good, we get it. That's I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she got a message from Adela, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure, her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So
Under pressure.
on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, you know, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on. And then she said that she had to go after Jem left. She said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we gotta go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get it until Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job? Or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were only supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, you know, things progressed, so that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, you know, the only problems that we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, I mean, during the pandemic, when we got divorced, we enjoyed family time. Everybody loves it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jem leaves like 1, like let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. But you know, then she confirmed it. But she always was like, hey, I'm going to be there early. I'm going to stay longer. And then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time. Maybe she was having a hard time.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were to bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both sleeping.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got, this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before, I want to say, because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came, everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on the 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better, but I noticed a difference there. And then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. Then she does the final, like cleans up and stuff like that. You know.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up and she was like, "You're gonna be moved. The boys are gonna get up." So
Yeah.
I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think it's for me, but it's for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So that's her domain. But everyone has called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said, it must be me, comes through, and I look at it, because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts, because I've asked everyone who does it.
To keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right, so Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on, like, it was the 24th, she had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear, I was spoken to more, but I didn't hear from her all day, and then she was supposed to be here on a flight. And she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out, because she was coming here, so I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing, and I'm gonna call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day,
Day.
because she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th, she wasn't here, and I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this person support right there. So I was like,
yep.
And then she called, and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you. Okay. And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it, put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I don't see person every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, "Hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian." And I was like, "Sure." So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning that's when I was like, I have to. And
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday today. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone like that.
Okay.
And then the Tishman Spire people got back to me. Yep. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. Yeah. And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. He said, I didn't see her yesterday. Okay. And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable.
He has no feeling in his tone in his voice.
Left her phone here before.
He's just cold.
She's never left her phone.
Like nothing's even happening.
I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yeah.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So
is she like on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while and we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like not high pressure enough, I should, done something more. So, my mother, is always calling, like she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, coming, so the detectives class, they're coming, global, the gentleman at, Tissue Inspire is head of global security. So,
Okay.
so I think we're in a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So it's
right. Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys. That's it. Okay. And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys are coming and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then she got back to Belgrade. So she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry, yes, Serbia. Okay. And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So,
so any other siblings?
Just it's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years. Okay. And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well. Okay. Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
There,
and there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to cancel it.
Okay.
And
it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any like best friends? I know you mentioned Jem, which is an old.
Jem is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Little Washington. Okay. Jem and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
What did they want you to do?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town, there's Adela, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's 𝐿𝐿 is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she's spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby.
It's just like, yeah.
When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was gonna go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like, settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over the house. Well, I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. But
okay.
Adela did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down?
She was in DC. I was always in Boston. Like, you're going back like from the beginning of our. relationship. Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
sure.
how long, like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the 𝐣𝐨𝐢𝐧.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, I'm gonna go back to DC now as it works out. And I said, sure. And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So,
okay, great.
With me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
Shut up, Brian.
If you don't mind me asking, like, overall, like, financially, is everything good and in order, or?
Yes.
Are there any stressors, or,
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh, wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers have both of their health difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine.
The kid.
One of those, we were back as a team. We were able to get through anything together.
How sad.
I gave her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So.
A love note?
I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
Of course he would bring that up.
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like
just to run down, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You could read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I
don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. When we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then we went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm gonna lock down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts, I'm sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this, so, but we were, just the other day, there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Right.
Obviously,
Let it take the time.
that's what we're looking, but the prosecutor definitely, I will, give me one moment, I'm gonna make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was, interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer, and, but that's where we're at, and if there's any other information, you can, I'll give you my attorney's number, if she can also tell you about it. She'd probably explain the law better than I can, but I was, I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and thank you. And I'm dealing with, the whole family unfortunately is dealing with it because of my actions.
Okay, this is like such a red flag.
I want to get a whole picture. I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right.
Guilty,
But it's,
guilty.
I do want to acknowledge extremely,
It's a stress or anything like
but
that.
it's extremely embarrassing
Guilty.
to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not, again, we're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any, but please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is, don't hold back.
She
Don't hold back.
obviously has a passport, right?
Yes, yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point,
Oh,
and
boy.
she had to start carrying her passport.
Using that as a-
Yeah, so, but now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever.
Someone tell him to
has their
shut the hell
passport,
up.
really form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly.
Sure.
So she brought those passports here and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She just so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied it was fine on her side. And but yeah, but
We don't need to hear the whole damn life story about every situation.
I said it's because I've had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary. So it's
Okay,
Sure.
stop talking.
So, you're not aware of any medications, any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talk about everything, and
We talk about everything.
no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, and also, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was gonna take a month or two to get there.
Yes.
It's taking a lot longer. So, we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So, I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And
But
she,
that's,
you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here?
yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense, sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, so I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So, you tried to carry on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse, like.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all shades.
Yeah,
I'm
with
not
the
a purse guy.
LV. I mean, I had to become what my wife is.
Yeah. Any
Weird.
any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like
No.
big gaps in the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing
Just
like
classic,
like some
like what I have, like, I figure what I have for lunch.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more, and then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
Completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone?
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and
Yeah.
Anna had picked it up on Saturday. And said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things, so those are sunglasses. What did you find?
Did they find those AirTags?
But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and then she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag."
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So
Yeah.
So, and I would always just say, "Oh, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happens.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I just noticed them. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one. No.
Ring doorbell. I know it's a rental, but,
Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I haven't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything around. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. What's the not ring, but what's the other?
Arlo?
Not our.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Arlo.
What's the one that has the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think it's a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. And, but when we were, I'm going to one moment, when we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call, or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. She's very good with that, yeah. But no, I just, not here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions or?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else if you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and, you know, you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took.
The photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry, but that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos.
Is he still talking? The frick?
Okay, glasses back, please. Front glasses, please. Okay. You said it'd be okay if I went around.
Yep.
That's fine. You know that happened,
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to, that's not. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know where to learn that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that, that's your brother, so he's gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right, okay, I have the glasses back, please. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
Yeah, on Friday. Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while. And then brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think we're square. What?
Whoa.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I would be like, here's my life, go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked, I saw the photos from area.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, I also went to, I had some interview event stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
Because we have a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, unless, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's, and see if we can track something down, so.
All right.
All right, it is, 7:31, I'm sure off the board.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defense saying 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house that it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is that sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next Exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have Exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
That's creepy.
Now, can we have Exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who is residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
What the heck?
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080?
Nice house.
And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Why do I find the
There's a siren
basement
going by, sir. Don't let it go.
creepy? I don't know.
Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC Police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer because it was wider than the pike pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And After you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments on the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there are any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day. Okay.
And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
Rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant 𝐤𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲-𝐕𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐞.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, Did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dude, Trooper DeChico and 𝐭𝐤𝐥𝐥𝐲 are the...
That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper DeChico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections?
Wait, is this the interview?
It'll
with
be marked and
DeChico?
admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We were at, we're home, we're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, assigned to the Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is at Cohasset.
DeChico.
Brian.
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to, I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of bed for 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry. And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50, 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for when the day is off. I make French toast and I made French toast.
Oh, here we go.
I was expecting to see my mother later. So the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then, then I had to go out to get for low and orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got up a bit late to go see my mother, and then we went to Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. And that was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to the your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that when you were about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally.
So
Yeah.
you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just like, bye, and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too. I was just too grown up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Hannah before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early." And he said, "I know it's fine."
So this is like 7:30 or so.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Sorry, to interrupt.
No, it's
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you talk about what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really, she never dressed on her, her underwear. Just, I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her, sometimes, because she's always she's getting herself ready in her underwear normally. So, but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses, but I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore, she had to have worn her short black coat, because I was listening, she wore her under, which is odd, normally she wears fancy shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbook, stuff like that?
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag.
Yeah.
And then.
Oh my God, we know about the Louis Vuitton bag. Thank you, Drakey. Love you. Appreciate you for the super chat, for being up early.
Black bag, I think, was product one. But she has like 5 or 6 product bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up in the
No,
house here?
the only thing that turned up was when you were here last night at Tiffany's sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where?
Where she left her
It
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Ryan was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there.
It's messed up.
Okay.
Messed up.
Sorry if I sidetracked. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Are you coming? You're missing." I emailed her and I called people, and she was like, "Hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up." So I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that
I
correct?
didn't have the phone was with I think it was because I Thomas found it. Robin took was up there, and then Thomas, I guess they went in the garbage.
No, I'm pushing hard on him, lead detective. Oh, yeah, baby. Wait, I'm talking about the very first one.
And that's when I called, when I got my phone back, I called, and that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, that's the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So it was, I didn't give you the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI, so crossing at one point, that was her building. Huge leaks in Mazda or TJ Maxx. Resident that she was dealing. So anytime she had one of those big, she groups me on it pretty frequently.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday. So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Could die laughing.
Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I saw that they were under 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Rob.
They stayed with Rob.
Yeah, they
okay.
stayed with Rob. But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So, what vehicles did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so, the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to Rob.
Okay, and then so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press, so.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And, what, is she, it's the Swampscott?
Yeah.
Excuse me, address?
330 Paradise Road.
What was that?
I'm doing something.
Okay.
So, sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
That's true. Some people.
I thought the judge said no phones.
Anna had a really stressful
Didn't she say no phones or distractions?
Just to be clear, her.
Oh, wait, that's in the interview.
Was over her head, as I said, it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she got like 2 or 3 times the money that she could make before. And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jan, who was here on New Year's Eve.
I thought it was in the courtroom.
He runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming.
Oh.
I know that in the previous conversation last night, you mentioned the distance, the issues that you were having on your end.
Yeah.
This job caused some depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna ask, point in question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never said that. She talked to Jan for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year was being, and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things taking, or the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. she was going to see a psychiatrist, and of course actually brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He spoke to me time today, and he basically said, hey, so it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. She had a problem, and she's going to do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past no past attempts on it?
No
Nothing like that?
No.
It's come you.
Is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the family time best for us, it just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good groups of friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That was the problem. Also, I mean, there's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father for 40-some years. And for me, coming from a divorce family, not enjoying that was like it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling me something. It was always that possible. But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like I think 2013, and you can't hear.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. But I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe it was, I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship.
I can't listen to
I was
him.
uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it. And I wasn't used to what a relationship meant. I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't.
Hell yeah!
Well, for me, I struggled with that. So I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So, and then things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. Sirs, we're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Mom, chair.
Okay, so I think it's lunchtime, right? And did they say an hour? Because you said we'll be back at 2 o'clock. And it's 1 o'clock there. Okay, so should we leave the stream running and continue here? Or should I end it and start another one? Because probably we want to take a break, right? Oh my gosh, Chantel, I'm so sorry that you're going through that. What the heck? That's crazy. Let's go to lunch. So should I start a second stream or just like leave these? But if I leave it running, I mean, Yeah, that's crazy. Sorry, Chantel, that you're going through that. That's really wild. They're going to bring it down. I know, it's crazy. Whatever you feel like, girl. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe end it and start another stream. Because an hour is a long time, and I do want to eat something. I could always like leave the Kenzie calls playing in the background, but I have not done all my chores. Okay, so maybe we should end the stream and do a second one. And I'll schedule it for an hour from now. And then we'll come back in an hour. That way we have a break and finish the afternoon. So I'll do a part 2. Does that sound good? That way you guys can do some chores. I'll get some food and more coffee, and then we can come back and do the afternoon. And then I think I might want to do a Kenzie live later, but we'll see. We'll see how much longer they go. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, I'm going to end this, and then I'm going to schedule part 2 right now, and I'll set it for basically 55 minutes from now, because this judge actually looks like she's going to be on time with stuff and whatnot. So I'll see you guys back in a little bit. Okay. Let me make sure. Let me exit off of here. We're starting a new stream, Ramon, so we'll see you there, okay? All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.